public schools to formally adopt the UN 17 Sustainable Development Goals as part of the curriculum, ensuring that the next generation of business leaders are driven to be part of the solution when it comes to facing our global challenges. And the best of all, it's affordable. IBA is a 3-year bachelor program. You'll follow courses and work on projects with students from all over the world. The study program is fully in English, but learning Dutch is a great way to integrate into the Dutch culture and work environment. You'll learn how
toen die mensen daar stonden, viel je gewoon uit.
Je zit helemaal weggetrapt.
Dat is zo.
Okay, good morning. Thank you. Wow, it's my absolute pleasure to welcome you to this information session about international business administration. It's fantastic to see so many of you here, to see that so many of you are interested in this program. My name is Anne-Kathrin Klesse. I am the interim academic director of this program and thus have the honor to introduce it to you today. I am an associate professor at the marketing department at Rotterdam School of Management, and I am an international, as you can clearly hear from my accent. I am from? Jawohl. I am already here for quite a number of years, I must say. I studied here, not here, but I wish I had. And now I'm at RSM since 2016. Now, what I will do today is tell you a little bit about what is IBA. And I will actually start with where can IBA take you. And you may think this is a little strange. Why do you start with the end? But I do think that makes a lot of sense because you probably all want to know what you can actually do with this program. Right? So I talk about what career options you have, and then we take a step back and we look at how does this program prepare you for these different careers. Tell you a bit about the learning environment, and then I guess many of you are wondering, wow, that sounds nice, but is IBA actually the right program for me? So we'll be discussing this, and when I say me, I mean you, of course. So what can you do with IBA? I would like to start with saying that IBA is a very broad program. It exposes you to all the important business functions, and thus it can lead to a variety, diverse paths for your future. And I have a few of them here just to give you a sense of what you could do. Okay? For instance, if you would like to become a global consultant or analyst, then IBA is for you. You may like to work internationally and solve complex business challenges. Great program for that. You may like marketing, just like me. You may be interested in understanding different marketing functions and understanding why do people buy what they buy. And you may be particularly interested in understanding international marketing. Then this program is for you. Let me give you a third option, quite different. You may really care about sustainability. You may be worried about one of our biggest challenges, and that's climate change. Right? You may want to create impact, helping businesses become more sustainable. This program is for you. And I can go on, but then I need you to stay here much longer than you have time for. So I leave it with these three different paths. But there are a number of different options that you can have with IBA. Now, how does IBA prepare you for these different career options? For that, let's look into the program. Right? Our program is 3 years, and year 1 and in year 2, you have core courses, meaning all of you take the exact same courses that expose you to a broad range of business functions, listed here. Year 3 is different. In year 3, you can personalize your studies. You can specialize. Hopefully, by year 3, you have figured out what you like and what you may like a little less. And then in year 3, you can choose, you can target, you can further refine your career path. And I'm going to talk about each of these 3 years now in greater detail, giving you some examples of what you can choose from or what core courses you will take. Okay? And of course, I didn't say that in the beginning, but there's time for questions afterwards, right? So note them down. Anything you would like to ask, I'm happy to answer. Year 1. Year 1 is about discovering business. What is business like? What does it mean? What functions does it have? And we'll expose you to all of them. Operations and supply chain, human resource management, marketing, finance, accounting, data management, innovation, and strategy and management in general. How do we do that? Well, we have a number of different courses, and these are just examples to give you some idea of what you will learn and be exposed to. Of course, there's an introduction to business course, microeconomics, finance, foundations of international marketing, philosophy of science, operations management, organizational behavior. And our approach here generally is, and that brings me to the last course, we'd like to teach you how you can make data-driven decisions when you are in business functions later. Analyze data, understand data, and then use them to make wise decisions. So through your program, you will be exposed to such courses that teach you how to do that. And we start in year 1. There are a couple of highlights, right? And I would like to pinpoint to some. And one is clearly the strategic business plan. And Danisha, second-year student, will tell you about it in a second. Before I hand over the word, I like to point to the second highlight, and that's professional development. It's also something that we start in the beginning, and the way you need to look at this is it's not a content course. It's not teaching you relevant theories and constructs about business, but it is a course in which you can develop yourself, in which you can develop important skills that you need professionally. That is what we're doing here. You're assigned a mentor that helps you shape your skills and develop into a business professional. Okay? With this, I will hand over the word to Danisha, who can share her own experience here.
Right. Thank you so much, Anna. Hello, everyone. Just to give you a bit of background about myself, my name is Danisha. I'm 19, second-year IBA student, so I've just been through all those courses that Anna mentioned. And I studied in the United Arab Emirates, but now I'm here in Rotterdam, and I'm in my second year of IBA. Now let's spotlight and zoom it into the Strategic Business Plan course, which is definitely a highlight of your first year. So what is the SBP course all about? Well, it starts in block 2 until the end of the year, so it's one of the longest courses that you have in year 1. You, along with a team of 4 other students, so 5 of you, will team up to collaborate closely with a company of your choice. It could be a company in the Netherlands, within Europe, or even beyond that. And the whole point of SBP is to produce a well-researched and relevant report of strategic advice to the company and the university. Now, this will include a lot of internal, external analysis, reading financial statements, and providing strategic advice to the company itself. This course is quite special because you're a first-year student, yet you're already entrusted with a lot of responsibility. You have to keep in contact with your company representative to make sure that all your report findings are relevant and insightful. Before SBP, I did not have a lot of hard and soft skills. I did not know how to read financial statements. I did not know what advice was useful to a company. I didn't know how to present well. And this is all important because this is what the SBP course will look like. You will have regular company meetings to report on the different deliverables to your company. You will also have a lot of team bonding. As this is a year-long course, you will bond a lot with your team. And this will also involve interactive seminars. What will happen in these seminars itself? Well, you and your team are going to present your findings throughout the year to not only your TA, your teaching assistants, but also other teams. So you can give feedback and they can give feedback on what you found as well. This really teaches you all about teamwork, collaborative effort, and again, merging minds and collaborating with people from all over the world. And this will be a really steep learning curve for you because you really delve into all sorts of elements of a business, how they market things, what their finances look like, and what their organizational structure even is. So definitely look forward to this course if you do plan on taking IBA. And yeah, it'll definitely be a highlight for sure. Yep, back to you, Anna.
Thank you very much for sharing your experience. Now, can you imagine that some of you also approach this being a little worried? Right? How can I make sure that I get through my first year? How can I make sure that I don't fall behind? And here already, I will be offering you some advice. Starts very early, I'm aware of that. But it is totally possible to pass your first year smoothly and with little stress. Right? And one way to do that is to carefully plan your work, individual work, group work, and to basically keep studying. Do not only study for the final exam, but keep preparing. We help you with this in a way that we often do not only have a final test, but we have assignments throughout. We may have a midterm. We have some bonus tests or quizzes that you can take, get some extra points, right, that really help you to be in the continuous process of learning and working towards the final test, minimizing that you may fall behind. Generally, we always encourage students to take the first exam opportunity, don't procrastinate to the second one, but try to take the exam immediately. Of course, this is not the last time that you get advice, right? Throughout your first year, there will be mentoring that will help you. You can ask study advisors, reach out to make sure that you stay on track. Now and then, when you passed the first hurdle, you'll be moving to year 2. And year 2 is no longer about discovering business. You have a rough understanding of what business means by then, but now you're moving to exploring business, right? What opportunities are there? What challenges are there? And we'll continue with these major business functions and have a number of courses that build on the courses that you took before. A couple of examples again. You will learn further about human resource management. You'll learn more about supply chain management, but we'll also expose you to content that you have not had in year 1, such as business law. Important, and that's something that you will get exposed to in year 2. I'd like to pinpoint to business simulation, which is a course that our students typically really like, because it is a course that is very action-oriented, where you, in groups, work on a business simulation, which means you simulate actual business decisions. You will be managing your own company, but in a very safe setting. So if you make losses, it's just chocolate money that you lose. But you get to make your own choices, and you'll see what consequences these choices have. Simulating actual business decisions. Mentioned earlier that we really teach you how to use data, how to analyze data for analyzing business challenges. That's what we'll be continuing in year 2 with global business research methods, where you really get exposed to statistical techniques, methods, regression analysis, time series, to just drop a few that may be relevant when analyzing data. Also here, we have some courses that I would like to put in the spotlight. And one is technology management, where you will be collaborating with students from TU Delft on a project. Again, we further work on the professional development, continuing what we have started in year one. And you have a mentor again, further shaping your skills to become a more mature business professional. Now, we are moving to the year where you can personalize. By then, many students have an idea of where they want to go. And if you don't, that is not a problem at all. Then you use year 3 to further find out what you like. Right? So this year is about making it your personal study experience. And there are a number of ways that you can do that. You can go on an exchange. I'll talk about this a bit more later. You can do an internship. You will do a minor, and a minor is basically a course that is offered at at Erasmus University, not only here in the business school. So you can really choose from a broad variety of courses, even those that you may not directly associate with business. Yeah, so that's really the opportunity to broaden your horizon and get exposed to other subjects. You also can do an elective. We offer a number of them, and I'm going to show you some examples. That's in the fall. In the spring semester, till the moment that you will graduate, you can choose one of 3 tracks. These tracks have 2 modules that will focus on the theme related to your track. And here you can choose out of, for instance, navigating stakeholders in global business. You can say, wow, I'm really interested in understanding how AI shapes business. That's the second track. Or you can say, well, accounting and finance, that's really my area. That's where I want to go. So let me focus on this. And that's the track that I would like to choose. I'll give you some examples. Again, these are really only examples, but for electives, for instance, you can choose digital business. Digital transformation is really an important phenomenon, and you may say, well, that's really something that I would like to understand. How does it shape business? Organization and social movements is an elective you can choose, or macroeconomics. Some examples for the track modules. So the first one, international business and external stakeholder management, relates to the first track. AI for business relates to the second track, and accounting for multinationals obviously relates to the third track. In the spring semester, you also have a number of other courses next to your track. One is advanced research skills, building on what we taught you, using research to solve business challenges will offer you important skills that you can refine. You also will have method master classes where you will go back to some of the methods that you learned and you get exposed to some additional methods on how to analyze data. Now, doing international business the Dutch way is a really nice course that I briefly want to talk about. International business will really teach you business with a focus on the international environment. How is business shaped by the global challenges, by our global world that we live in? But we are in the Netherlands, and we want you, also our internationals, to stay in the Netherlands. How can we make sure that you stay? Well, we should teach you how we do business in the Netherlands. And that's exactly what this course will do. It will shift the focus a little bit towards the Dutch peculiarities and teach you that important knowledge that you will need when you want to apply for professional positions here in this country. The Bachelor project is the last course that I will talk about. It's your final project. It's where you can shine and where you can show us everything that you have learned till then. It's a thesis, but it's written in a group, and it's integrated in the track. Right? So depending on which track you choose, you will write your Bachelor project on a theme that is tightly related to this track. So for instance, I am going to be in the AI track, so I know this track best. I can tell you that within that track, you will, for instance, work on a research question of how does the shift to AI-based services impact consumers? Could be a question that you pick. Or it could be about how does the prevalence of ChatGPT impact consumer behavior? How does it change the way, for instance, consumers learn about products? Right? That is what you will choose from. You get a number of options, and then you go through the complete research project. Question, coming up with a survey, experiment, analyzing your data, and drawing conclusions for companies. Now, I already mentioned that it is possible to go on exchange, and many of our students do so. We partner with many fantastic universities all over the world, right? And here you see a couple of the popular ones. All in the spirit of further personalizing, there is the possibility to do a double degree with philosophy after you have completed the first year. I'm not going to talk about that too much. If you have questions, you can ask them outside, but that's more of an opportunity to personalize it and to broaden your horizon. In addition, we have an honors program. For this honors program, you need to be invited. Typically, we invite students with a GPA of 7.5 and higher. If you are invited, you can decide whether you would like to join, and that basically opens up the possibility for extracurricular activities. You can do extra seminars, you can go on a study trip, you do work on projects in addition to your regular study program. Some more opportunities for personalization. We have a fantastic case club, and this case club works on case competitions and really goes to competitions with our Dean of Education, Michelle Landa, all over the world, and they're actually really good. So if that's something that interests you, that offers even more opportunities for applying the knowledge that you get. We also have a consultancy project called I Do, where you can consult nonprofit organizations, NGOs, as extra activities. Now, who would know better about extracurricular activities than our student? Danisha, I will hand over to you.
Thank you so much. Now, guys, we reached the fun part, extracurriculars. Speaking of personalizing your first year, it is also a year full of discovery, finding out what you like, what you don't like. And like many of you, and I still probably don't know entirely now, I was very confused of what I like about business and what specifically I wanted to go into. And that is why I really encourage all of you to explore everything that, being an RSM student has to offer. Now, extracurriculars can range from many things, career/social, even sports, and cultural. Now, speaking more about the Case Club itself, I'm still part of the Case Club, and it's basically a consultancy club where you and like-minded, ambitious IBA students come together about every weekend and solve a case. A case is a business problem that needs to be solved in a time constraint of about 12 to 24 hours in competition form. And this is really, really exciting because the whole point of the Case Club is that we train together, we solve business cases for businesses all around the world, and eventually, go around competing in international case competitions. One of my best highlights of year one was getting to travel to Bangkok, Thailand with my amazing team to compete in the CIBCC case competition. Alongside that, RSM itself, we have our own case competition called RSMCC in around April. And this is where other schools come to us to solve a Dutch business case. And this is a very exciting and jam-packed week where I was a team buddy for the Hong Kong University of Science and Technology last year. Furthermore, we also have sports and recreation. We have Erasmus Sport, as many of you may know, where there's a large variety of sports. But me personally, I'm into dance. So we have the Erasmus Dance Society, where we also come together, train, and compete. And this is us at the Dutch Dance Championship, and we won second place. So it was a very fun time. Mm-hmm. And you will always find a group of people that you can be around with. I've gotten some questions of, will I find my friends? Will I find like-minded people? IBA is such a large cohort, and one thing that we like to say is that we work hard and also play hard. And that is why there's a lot of cultural and social activities for you to join, whether it be ESN or even an association related to your culture. Personally, I'm Indonesian, so I'm part of the Indonesian Student Association, and I also do marketing for CSA-EUR, the Chinese Student Association, where we really come together, do bondings, and it's really important to have a nice school and social life balance to make sure that you're not burnt out. So life as an IBA student is very vibrant, and it's all about you and what you make of it. So definitely look forward to it.
Thank you so much. Now I wish I would be a student again. What is this learning environment that you can expect, right? RSM has a fantastic reputation. We are one of the few universities with a Triple Crown accreditation, and we are a top-ranked business school. So I think that by itself should tell you that this is a safe choice that gets you quality. We are also a really, truly international business school. And that you can see first with the student population. Students come from all over the world, but also with the faculty, with the professors and the teachers in the classroom. We count so many nationalities in each department that it's really very, very common to get lectures from people all over the world. As you may have realized, we care deeply about bridging theory and practice. We teach you business principles, theories, but we try to do so in a way that you can apply them. Right? And that's what we start doing from year one onwards, where you work on real-life cases and assignments in collaboration with different companies. I think that when you ask our students, you will hear that the faculty is really involved. I know that my colleagues love teaching, and they love teaching students about the research that they do. They do so extremely well, and that, I think, shows in the classroom, right? If you like what you do, you can easily transmit and disseminate that knowledge to others. So I think that's really something to look forward to should you be choosing for IBA. Now, our mission is to be a force for positive change. And that means that we do not only teach you about business. We do not only teach you about how to make profit. We also care about people and place. So we are one of the few universities that has quite many courses directly linked to the Sustainable Development Goals that have been formulated. We also created an online course in which I actually also produced a video that you can follow for free on Coursera, where many of us relate our research to the importance of sustainability. And that is very, very, very salient in the way that we teach and the material that we use and the examples that we give you. We do have a dedicated career center that helps prepare you for what you need in business later on, with all kinds of support and mentoring. Studying, I remember it's been many years ago that I studied, but I felt stressed now and then. And that's normal. That probably shows that you care. But of course, we as a university do care about students' well-being. And there are a number of things that we purposefully do to mitigate stress as much as possible. One is to have a careful onboarding support to make sure that you know when you come here what you can expect, that you find your way around, etc. And then, of course, through all your studies, there are many initiatives and student advisors dedicated to help you and available for you should you feel that you need support to minimize stress and to get reoriented and know what you have to do or want to do. Now, is IBA the right fit for you? All sounds nice, but it needs to fit to everyone's individual needs and preferences. And here I can say, if you want to study in a multinational, culturally diverse environment, IBA is a good choice. Right? If you want to work later for a multinational company, IBA is a good choice. If you really care about doing extracurricular activities, we have you covered. It's a good choice for you. Now, whether IBA is a good choice for you does not only depend on what we offer. I think it also depends on what you bring to the table. And here I think it is important that you reflect on whether you're good at time management and independent learning. Now, some of you may say, oh, I'm not, so I'm going to leave. Don't. Ask yourself, am I willing to learn that? Am I willing to get better at it? If you are, please stay. IBA is the right choice for you. If you're motivated to excel, if you're interested in broadening your horizon, and if, most importantly, you're interested in business, I think IBA is a good choice for you. So, IBA or Bedrijfskunde? What is the difference? There are a number of differences, and it's not only the language that differs. It's the way in which we teach you business. In IBA, we really focus on preparing you for an international career, for preparing you to work in a multinational company here in the Netherlands or somewhere else. Right? So we teach you how business is shaped by global challenges. In BA, we focus on teaching you business shaped by these local peculiarities of this environment. That relates a little bit to the skills, so let's jump to the right. IBA teaches you to work in multicultural teams. How do I communicate with people from different cultures? How do I make sure that we work effectively together in this group, right? Where people may have different approaches to solving assignments. That's what you learn in IBA. In BA, if you have an interest in becoming, or you think you may, an entrepreneur, BA is the right choice for you. There are lots of exposures to being an entrepreneur, to thinking about how it is to develop and help your own business flourish. Now, there are some other differences: student population, size, and how you can get into the programs. One important being that IBA has a numerous fixes. So we are allowing 750 students, and we make that choice depending on a number of criteria, which means that we are ranking all the students. Going a little bit faster, but this information is still available for you also outside of this session. But this is offering you an overview on the application, and very important is for you to realize, even if you don't rank within the 750, but you have a lower rank, you still potentially have the possibility to join our program. Application process is in 2 steps. That is outlined here. For this year, it's closed. For next year, the deadlines are these dates. Okay, now, a couple of practical matters. These are the tuition fees. Here you see an overview of the living costs. Of course, these things differ a little bit depending on your standard. Depending on where you come from, you may or you may not need a visa. And we do have student housing, but limited capacity available on campus, which would mean that you would need to sign up as soon as possible once you get into the program. There's lots of opportunity for you to get more information also from the student, to double check whether what I'm saying is correct. Yeah? So feel free to chat with any of our students to get more insights. Looking into the future, many of our students continue with a master's program. Maybe important for the parents to know. Most of your kids will not be done after 3 years. They may continue studying, because that's really what the Dutch labor market often expects. A couple of students go and take a gap year, and actually only 5% of our students immediately start working after IBA. Now, you are, congratulate yourself, 1 step closer to your dream job, because you took the opportunity to inform yourself about IBA today. I hope you found it useful, and now we have a couple of minutes left, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Should you rather want to come to me privately, I'm going to be outside, and there are many others of us available to answer your questions. Thank you. So, who dares to ask the first question? Just raise your hand. We have microphones around. I see a question over here. Can you raise your hand one more time? So over there is the first question. Yeah, thank you. Hang on 1 second. There's a microphone coming for you, so everyone can hear you very well. Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
You mentioned at the beginning of your presentation a series of jobs you may clinch by completing the IBA program, such as global consultant and analyst, international marketer, and sustainability advocate. Will those jobs survive AI? And if so, how? So that's my first question. And
that is a fantastic question. Sorry, you wanted to ask something else? Or?
Yes.
Yeah,
And
go.
does the IBA prepare to MBA studies?
Does the IBA prepare for?
MBA studies.
MBA. Okay, great. So thank you very much. You're asking, I'm very happy I get that question because my research is all about AI. And I think this is a very, very difficult question to answer because we don't know exactly where we are heading. My personal answer to this question is that these jobs will most likely survive, but potentially in different ways. Some of our tasks in many jobs, even in my job, and probably in the jobs that many of you have, get outsourced or at least augmented by AI. So it may change the type of task that you are doing within these functions. And I think that is definitely the case for the positions that I refer to. What we do, and I didn't mention this explicitly because I'm a little bit limited in time, but within professional development, we have a part of it that is dedicated to teaching our students how they can use Gen AI tools to augment their own capabilities in an efficient and ethical and appropriate manner. And as part of that, we'll be also touching upon some of these questions. And then these questions definitely come back and will be addressed in the AI track. Yeah. But overall, it's difficult to make a prediction, but jobs will change. Will they disappear? I don't necessarily think so. Second question, does IBA prepare you for an MBA? We do have an executive and BA program at RSM, a very successful one. It is not common to go from an IBA into the MBA because this MBA program, of course, is really for people with work experience. So people go out and work, and then eventually they may come back for one of our MBA programs. So that is quite common. So in a way, yes, it prepares you, but what is, I think, important is to have work experience, and then you come back and do an MBA. Yeah. Thank you very much for asking the first two questions. Any other question? I see a question over there. The microphone is coming.
Yes. Is it possible to still enroll in this course if you have a propedeuse? And if so, what propedeuse would you need?
Sorry, is it still possible to enroll if you have?
A propedeuse. That is, if you do 1 year of HBO.
I would have to look into this. Maybe you come afterwards and we take a look.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. See a question over here.
Thank you very much for your presentation. It was lovely. My question is that when I can imagine that it's quite a popular program among students, and you must be getting a lot of applications. So in terms of application and admissions, what are the criteria you look for, and what are your suggestions to prepare for this program, to apply for this program, essentially?
Yeah. Thank you very much for asking this question. It's, of course, a very important question, and it relates exactly to a slide where I was rushing. So sorry about that. I'm going to go here and pull this up again so you can see that. These are the criteria here that we look at. It really has to do with your GPA, so average grade. It has to do with your level of mathematics, because you will do some mathematics, you will do statistics. So that is important, and these are criteria that we will be taking into account. Level of English, and all of those will be taken together, and then we'll really create a ranking, and then the 750 best students will get an invitation first. But then, as I said, some people do not accept the invitation, so it means that on average, people also with a rank of 1,250 may actually still be invited later on, but not in the first round, so to say. Yeah? Okay, I see a question over there. Yeah, 1 second, microphone is coming from the back.
Yes, a kind of a related question. Is there a difference between Dutch and international students?
Whether we are making a difference in terms of whether we're accepting Dutch or English students, no. No, simple. Thank you, it's a good question. I see over there with the yellow t-shirts.
Do you offer anything for the public sector as well?
Do we offer anything for the public sector? So you mean, do we prepare you for positions in the public sector?
Yeah.
Yes, yes. So you're right. I talked predominantly companies. I did mention a little bit nonprofit organizations. I think that our program is broad enough to also prepare for that. Yes. Okay. So I get told that I have to stop. Any questions that I did not answer, I'm happy to take in the break. Thank you very much for asking questions. Thank you very much for being here.
with the students? Ah, okay. Okay. Hello, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to this student panel session. Also, welcome to those who are watching the live stream at home. Welcome. My name is Shirley Akkoord. I work as admissions officer here at Rotterdam School of Management, Erasmus University. And today's session is going to be an interactive session. It's going to be about you asking questions to our students. So you have the opportunity to ask them any questions that you want to. Could be about the program, maybe about student life, student associations, courses, anything that you'd like to ask them. If you have a specific question about the admissions requirements, then I would advise you to kind of save those questions. This afternoon, there will be a presentation about the application process and the admissions requirements, so you can ask your questions then. Or you can come to the stand on the first floor where my colleague and I will be answering questions about the admissions requirements. So any other questions about, the students would like to share their experiences with you, feel free to ask any other questions. There are also student ambassadors in the room, I think, with a microphone. There they are at the top. So if you have a question, please raise your hand and they'll come to you with the microphone and then you can ask your question. So without further ado, you can introduce yourselves. Go ahead, guys. Who wants to start?
Yeah, so my name is Anastasia. I am 21 years old. I'm in my second year of IBA. And originally I'm from Ukraine, but I finished the IB diploma in Dubai.
Yeah, hi, I'm Melanie. I'm 19 years old. I'm also a second-year IBA student. I'm German-Ukrainian, but I lived my whole life in Germany, and I did the Abitur in high school.
Hello, everyone. My name is Baptiste. I come from the French baccalaureate. I did OIB with a specialization in mathematics and economics, and as my peer classmate, I'm also an IBA 2 student.
Hello, everyone. Can you guys hear me?
Okay, we'll just wait for the microphone and Florence can introduce herself.
Hello?
Third microphone.
Hello? Yeah,
I think this is
okay.
Yeah. Okay, well.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm Florence. I'm 20 years old. I was born in the Netherlands, so I'm Dutch, and I did VWO.
Okay, well, thank you guys after this slight hiccup. Anyone who wants to ask the first question, don't be shy, just raise your hand, and then nobody yet? There's somebody in the middle here. It's always a bit daunting to be the one to ask the first question. Just one in the middle. Okay, there you go.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, well.
Okay, so what makes this major special? Why should I choose it?
Why should you choose IBA? That's a good question.
Yeah, I think IBA is special in a way that you get a broad overview about practically everything you can know in business. So you'll get a bit of insight here and there. So it's basically divided 50-50 into quantitative and qualitative. So on the quantitative side, you have anything from finance to working with Excel to statistic. And then on the other side, you also have human resource management, marketing, organizational behavior. So I think what's very unique about the program is that you can really get an insight into everything and then also know what specific area you might want to specialize in the future. Or I think overall it can never hurt to even in a future position, if you work in finance, know a bit about everything what's going on in a company.
I also think it's a really great question, and the best way to answer it will be what do you want to do later on? And I would say that IBA really opens all the door possible. Whether you want to do a master, you can just look on LinkedIn with the different alumni. A lot of them got into the best European but also schools in the world. If you want to have a career in consulting or finance, it's also really possible. And I would say choose RSM because you will just push your career into the next steps.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Anyone else to add, or shall we? Okay. Okay. Then we'll continue to the next question.
Yes, hello. In the first year, how many hours a week do you have classes and how many hours do you have self-study?
Who wants to answer that? Yeah. Sure,
So RSM, at RSM, you have approximately 5 to 10 hours of lectures per week. And most of the work you will provide will be own work. So on average, I would say a student spends like around 30 hours studying, whether it is self-study or workshop or classes.
Yeah, I think it just varies very much by block. So sometimes we have workshops. If it's like a finance course, then there probably will be more sessions just because there's like application, but mostly it's a lot of self-study. So I think that's the biggest challenge when transitioning from high school, just simply because you need to organize your time better. But I think it also like in the beginning of the block, it's always like very relaxed. Sometimes you even don't reach the 30 hours, but then towards exam season you will study more. So it's very flexible, which is I think also like one of the pros of IBA, just because like you can do a lot of things if you want next to your studies, because you like everything you can kind of shuffle around.
Can you explain a little bit, because you've got lectures and workshops, to maybe explain what exactly a workshop is for the audience? But not everybody probably knows what it is.
Yeah, so a lecture is often just a professor teaching you certain materials for we have lectures of around 2 hours, and then a workshop, sometimes they're bigger, but oftentimes it's just a class of 25 students, and you do exercise. So there's different, if it's something quantitative, you do exercises and then you'll talk about them. But we also have professional development, for example, where you have workshops, and there it's more about learning and teamwork. So yeah, it's more like workshops are more interactive sessions basically, whereas lectures you just get the materials taught by the professor.
Okay, that's good. Anyone else who has a question? Oh, okay.
Yes, good morning. My name is EJ. I started here at this university when we talked Dutch a lot of years ago. I'm very happy to be here. It's more also a question for Melanie and Baptiste, but you already answered a little bit. But why? Because you have very good universities and schools in Germany and France. Why do you study in Rotterdam, in Holland?
It's a funny question. Personally, in France, I did a specific baccalaureate, which was international. So I wanted to study in English, and as you may know, the Netherlands it's a very international country. As France can be a bit more secular or a bit more closed in itself. And why RSM specifically? Again, if you look at the ranking, it appears among the top universities in Europe. And after talking to previous RSM students as well, I just found that it was a great fit with what I aspire to do in my career. And that again, it opens most of the door that could be open. So why not?
Yeah, for me, basically the same. I did the Abitur, but I was very fortunate that I had a bilingual Abitur, so I did a lot of English classes as well. I did the IB additionally, so I was kind of in an international environment, I guess. And I really wanted to study in English, and then after high school, I was I really wanted to move abroad, but not too far from home. So the Netherlands were a really great choice, and I also ranking-wise, I really liked RSM, but also Rotterdam as a city is, I think, very unique because it's super international, and I think it's the perfect student city to live in, just because it has it's still a slightly bigger city than some other Dutch cities, but you have a really nice student life here as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. Anyone else? I see.
Okay, I think we have a question there.
Oh, okay. We have one person on the left, or my side, left.
I was wondering if it was more focused on tests and exams, or do you have many projects to work on too?
I can answer
good
that
question.
one. So you have a block. So you have each block. You have at the end of each block you have an exam, but during each block you will also have like assignments. In your first year will mostly be individual assignments, but in the second year will be more group assignments. So I would say you do have assignments during the block, and then at the end of each block you will have exams.
Yeah, if your question is regarding the different group projects and assignments, in the first year there is a course called SBP, Strategic Business Plan. So basically for 6 months with a team of 4 other students, you're going to consult a company of your choice. So it's a really great opportunity to apply the different knowledge you just learned in your first year. As of now, we are all engaged into the entrepreneurship course. And at the end of this course, there will be a challenge, and we can win some prize if our idea is a good one. Previously, we also had a business simulation, so we will take over a business within the Marktstraat environment. So yeah, like there is a great balance between theory, but also practical application of the theory.
So you're already being very practical during your first year?
Yeah,
basically.
I would say so. There are also opportunities to gain hands-on experience. There is the I Do project, which starts off in the second year. Basically, it's offered by RSM, and you will provide consulting analysis for NGOs all around the world. So I'm a part of this program, and I'm working with an NGO in the Philippines, Roots of Health. So again, there are plenty of opportunities to apply the theory you learn and to get real-world job experience.
Okay, thank you. Who's next? Oh, there's somebody over there.
What thing did you struggle the most with in the study? So like,
The hardest struggle.
What's the hardest thing you have done?
I think it's just like kind of in the beginning when you move away from home and you like need to also balance your personal life. But then in the studies, in Germany, for example, when you study in university, it's a semester, so you have like 3-4 months of lectures and then the exam phase. And I think what's unique about like the Netherlands is that you have the block system, so it's very fast paced. So you have like 6 to 7 weeks of lectures, and then you'll have an exam week, and then it goes on. So I think in the beginning it was kind of like, oh yeah, you need to stay on track. But like I think after one block you get into the rhythm of how to keep up with your courses. And if you learn that, it's basically just like, I think that's just like the fast pace you need to get accustomed to.
Was that the same for you, for all of you?
For me, I had to get used to the amount of time I had to study, because in high school it will be like less work, but now like the books are larger and everything. So I also had to get used to that. But other than that, it was fine for me. Yeah.
Personally, I would not say something hard, but more of a challenge. I would say it's the accommodation time, because of course in high school you have classes from 8 to 5 with like teacher telling you what to do, what course to follow, all the assignments. You arrive in RSM, again, it's a lot of self-study work, so if you don't want to work, you can have like a month of vacation basically, because but you will not pass your exam. So self-discipline, just staying organized, keeping your work up to date, I would say is the biggest challenge, but it's very doable.
Yeah, I would say the same thing for myself. So really finding the study rhythm and transitioning from school where everything's sort of more structured to a more self-study based approach is quite hard. But once you find the rhythm and what works best for you, you definitely feel like you're more engaged with the program and you're more on track with all your courses.
Okay, thank you. Okay, first that person, and then...
Hi, my name is Cedric. Hi, good morning.
Good morning.
You've been talking about the transitioning between the school and the university. how would you say that locally you are integrated now in the community? In the short movie, it says it would be great to learn how to speak Dutch. Do you have any support in that? How do you, where do you stand in your Dutch learning process, or it's something that you don't need actually?
So for myself, I can say that I have not really started learning Dutch. I had a good basis of knowing some German, and I would say Dutch is very similar to German and English combined. So you have a bit of understanding already of what certain words mean, but I wouldn't say that you really require Dutch to live in the city and to do the daily activities. So for example, going to the grocery store, going to a restaurant. The city is very international, so you are able to just get around knowing English. And besides that, everything at university is also taught in English if you're studying the IBA. So I would not say that Dutch is a necessary component of living here.
Yeah, same for me. I have not learned Dutch, but because I'm German, I get along quite well with that. However, if you want resources, the university actually has the Erasmus Language Center, I believe it's called, where you can take courses, and it's really nice. I'm taking a Spanish course, for example, right now, and they also provide Dutch courses in different levels, so I think that's also really nice, and if you want to learn some Dutch and stay here also long-term, maybe.
Personally, I started learning Dutch on Duolingo, which takes quite some time, to be honest. But yeah, again, as mentioned, it is not a necessity. Even more as an international student in IBA, most of your friends will come from international background, or will just speak in English. So it is really easy to integrate yourself, whether it is socially or professionally speaking, only speaking English.
Okay. Oh yeah, two questions over there, and there's one person here who also would like to ask a question, but let's go to the...
Hi, so I come from a French school, and I was wondering, do you think the French system prepared you enough for the amount of work you had to put in?
It does, in the sense that we have a lot of mandatory hours, so if you stick yourself to the French schedules of waking up at 8, 9, and working for 6 hours per day, focused on university, then you will do very good. So in that way, yes. Sometimes French students have a struggle with accommodating with the open way of working, I would say, because we can be a bit rigid with, again, like a lot of assignments and a really clear way of getting from the start of a subject till the exam. So again, it's accommodation time, but you will be put with students from different backgrounds who will also help you, so it shouldn't be a problem here.
Yes, over there.
Which subject did you think was the most interesting, and which one was the least interesting?
Yeah, which subject did you like or not like?
Yeah, for me, in my first year, I really liked marketing, finance, and my favorite course was spreadsheet modeling. Yeah, I really like spreadsheet modeling because I got to know how to use Excel, and also it felt kind of like coding. And in my second year right now, I think business simulation, because you're like a marketing expert for a company with like a team, and you have to make some decisions in order to make like your stock price, and your grade is based on that. And right now we have entrepreneurship, which I also really like. We have to come up with a company, and then at the end you can win the prize. I think my least favorite subject, I think right now we have business law, where it's like just learning all the rules, and yeah, it speaks for itself. Yeah.
Yeah, I think I can agree with the law, because I think as a business student especially, you're not used to like, I don't know, integrating yourself into business law. But like, I think my favorite courses were corporate finance and marketing, simply because the professors were super engaging. And but I think what the up of the fast pace I mentioned earlier is, that even if you don't like a course, you're lucky because in 7 weeks it'll probably be over if you pass the exam first try. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. What possibilities do you believe you were given by doing IBA? Do you feel like you can run a business when you're done with IBA?
You could. There are a lot of alumni who started their career right after RSM. If you look on LinkedIn, Apolix, I think there are RSM alumni who started their consulting firms. We also have a lot of, like personally, I have some friends who want to be entrepreneur and already started working on their projects. So it's not certification because, of course, like starting your own business is a long way and can be really hard, but RSM can provide the tools. If you are really interested into entrepreneurship, there is the RSM Great Challenges. So again, you come up with your idea with a team, you pitch your project, and then you can get some funding and get exposed to some professional in the industry you want to perform.
Yes, and I think there's specifically for entrepreneurship now, there's different associations. So for example, there's Enactus, which is like a social entrepreneurship hub basically. And you can choose between like joining a venture that has already been started or going to the innovation hub and like creating your own idea with a few other students. I have friends, for example, who work on a startup right now. So I think that's super interesting if you're like entrepreneurship.
Okay, thank you. Okay, and then over there on the second row, there's also somebody. If you're... Oh. Well,
so I have a
we'll
question
get to
about
you.
housing. Maybe you could give some advice. Where do you live currently, on campus or outside of campus, and how you can find a good price housing?
Yeah, very good question and a hot topic, housing. How did you find housing here in the Netherlands?
Yes. So for myself, during my first year, I lived at one of the on-campus housing accommodations. So those are reserved for first-year students exclusively, and there's definitely not enough of them for all the first years, so you definitely have to apply fast. And during my second year, I'm now living at an apartment that I found on the private housing market. And there is definitely a housing crisis, so it is a big challenge. And for a lot of my friends, they struggled finding housing for a very long time. I got quite lucky, and I found my apartment with my first viewing. But that is a very special case scenario, and that won't be the case for everyone. And for myself, I would say that the most important advice I could give is applying fast, as in making sure that you're applying as soon as the listing goes live. And because a lot of people will tell you to apply in advance, sometimes that won't be to your benefit. But applying fast will always help you, because as long as you're one of the first few people that are applying, you will likely get a viewing secured. And as part of going to the viewings, I think it's really, really important to be completely prepared with all the documents that you can provide. And really showing genuine interest and genuine readiness to move in. So yeah.
Yeah, for affordable housing maybe also, there's this platform called Staatswoon Rotterdam. It's like basically social housing for students, and I was lucky to get something for my second year, and it's very much more affordable than the other the other housing in Rotterdam. It's just important that you register as soon as possible, because it's based on your waiting time. So I think I registered February before I started my first year, and I was only able to get something for my second year. But if you're looking into applying for the starting year 2026, maybe that's really something you can do. Or even if you have already applied, then still do it. Maybe you'll find something for your second or third year.
Yeah, so it can be tricky. Register as soon as possible, as soon as the portal opens. Okay, one question there, and then I have a person here on the second row who would also like to ask a question for some time. So if you could go from them to them.
I would like to ask if you guys think that studying business in Erasmus gives a lot of internship and job opportunities, and as well as how a little bit more of the student life, like what you guys do for entertainment, like going out, like how often you go, and like what's there to do in Rotterdam, you know?
So regarding internships, I would say it depends on the location you want to do it. I know a lot of my German friends have it quite easy because it's really implemented into the German culture of doing internship quite early in your career. Personally, in France, most of the firms are looking for master students. I think it's the same in the Netherlands. So it is doable to find internships and summer internships. Most of the official track will be found in London through the different summer positions. So yeah, it does give internship, but it also depends on the different culture of where you come from and where you want to apply. And regarding the student life, I think, social life, again, I feel like we have a really great life balance because most of the work is a self-study work. You can just decide to study with your friends whenever you want to study, if you want to study at home, in a bar, or in a coffee, and you can just organize your schedule as you want. So I really like my social life personally.
Yeah, maybe also for like social life, I think that includes for many people also sports. So there's a lot of different associations. I'm personally at the Erasmus Dance Association, and I do hip hop on campus, which is also really nice because you get to meet a lot of different students. Other associations, they're also like international, like cultural focus, like the Eastern European Association. I think there's a Polish one. I think there's like, or like overall, for every international student, you will find something within that. But also like there's a lot for career related, so like consulting or finance or marketing. I think a lot of people I know made a lot of friends within those associations. And then I think you also asked about nightlife, and I'm pretty sure Rotterdam is also quite a vibrant city, and there's something going on every week, basically.
I really agree also. You need to take into account that when you will arrive, you will be surrounded with 600-700 students who only want to make friends, socialize. So after 2 or 3 months, you have like plenty of friends from all around the world. So.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, so my question is to Anastasia, because you have graduated the IB, right? And I'm also in the IB right now. So my question is, what subjects do you take in the IB, and kind of how does the IB compare to Erasmus, and is it much more difficult? Because my teachers always say that the IB is so good at like preparing you for academic life and studying at university. So do you believe that's true?
Yeah. So in terms of the subjects, for standard level, I took Math AA, German, and Sports Science. And for higher level, I took Business, Psychology, and English. And I would say that the IB really does prepare you well for studying at university. For example, for the business subject, what I studied in my class in IB is very similar to what I studied in my first year in university in some of the subjects. But more importantly, I think the IB really prepares you well for the structure and for really organizing yourself. And for stuff like writing academic papers and doing research, I think you get a lot of the necessary knowledge. And in terms of whether it's harder or easier, I think it's very dependent on the subject. In general, I do think university is easier than my IB course, but that is also because I'm able to organize myself more, and it's a lot more based on self-study time. However, there are subjects that I would say are a lot harder than the IB, so I think it's a good mix of both.
Okay, thank you. Question over there.
Yeah, we know that there is another program, International Business Economics. Did you consider that program as well? And what were for you in that case the differences between this one?
So that's the business economics program. Yeah, why did you consider that program?
I personally didn't, for the reason that when I will look on the official different websites, IBA was the one that will stand out the most. So I only applied to IBA, but I know a lot of people who applied to both and eventually got into IBA. Those profiles are the ones that are more math focused on wants to like go more in depth into the quantitative topics. But yeah.
Yeah, for me, I also did not consider or apply to the economics for the reason that I think IBA really gives you a more broad understanding of business, and it gives you a lot of different opportunities as you kind of get a look into different subjects and different areas of business where that will help you realize what you want to do in the future. However, I know a lot of students that were really math driven and really interested in the more like economic side of business. And so for them, their program is better fit because you're studying a lot of different aspects of economics, and you have many different, for example, subjects of accounting throughout the year and economics throughout the year. So I think it really depends on what you're more interested in.
Yeah, and for instance, you could also study economics if you're interested in that, and then maybe do a master at RSM, so you can complete your economic studies and then do a master here, a business master at RSM. So most of the students that do, well, a lot of students that do the economics, they kind of also do a master here after their bachelor. So that's an option that you could also consider. Question over here.
Yes, so have you already done any internships? And if not, what are the possibilities?
Internships. Anyone? I think in your third year you can choose between an internship and exchange. Is that something you've considered?
For me personally, in my third year, I did not choose an internship, but I know a lot of people do. And also I have a friend who also in her second year did an internship next to her studies. So it's definitely possible. I know a lot of people do that actually. But I personally didn't consider that because I really want to. I already have a lot of extracurriculars next to my study. So yeah, that's for me personally.
I think it really depends on your personal drive, and also I think a lot of people consider doing summer internships. And however, there's also always a bunch of people who do it next to their studies. I even know a friend of mine who did a internship at Amazon in her first year. So it really depends, it depends on what you strive for and how much time you're willing to put in your internship when you want to do it. But there's always support, and the RSM career office also there's a site where a lot of companies also publish internships that are targeted at RSM, so there's also opportunities.
I personally did a summer internship in private banking last year. Because the year starts in September and ends in June, you don't have that much time besides summer, if you want to progress in your career, I would say. But in your year 3, from September to December, you have a time allocated, and you can choose to do whether an exchange, an internship, or a minor. So it could be a great opportunity to do a 6-month one starting from July. And personally, I'm also considering this option. And so, yeah, most of the students do internship in summer. A lot of Germans, again, do a lot of internship in summer. And so if you really want to progress in your career, then you will have to, unfortunately, work the whole year round and have few vacations, but it's a good trade-off.
Yeah, also, the university organizes a lot of career events. So, for example, you have the Star Management Week, where a lot of companies like Amazon or consulting companies all come on campus, and you can have company dinners or case-solving workshops, and you can already make some connections with real people that already work at certain companies, and then maybe sometimes they're looking for interns. So there are really a lot of possibilities here.
Okay, thank you. Question over there.
I wanted to ask about the extracurriculars, especially the sports. I don't know if you guys know, but are there set sport teams throughout like the whole year, or are there competitions like for, let's say, volleyball, football, or any other sports?
Yeah, I did last year, my first year, I did basketball. So there was like a tryout, and then you could choose what kind of team. So you have like a practice team, but also like a team that really does competitions. So I think for basketball specifically, you had to really sign up at the beginning of the year.
Yeah, so there's a website, erasmussports.nl, I think. And then you can have a look at, what sort of sports there are, sports associations. So you can also check that out. Over here.
Sorry, yeah, just in terms of having an exchange year abroad, what are the options with that, and is there a lot of competition with that as well, or no?
I think for exchange, there's a lot of options. I think RSM has around like 200 partner schools, and they're like really all around the world. Of course, there's always universities that are really popular. For example, USC, which is Southern California, which is LA. Singapore has been really popular as well, in Hong Kong. And but there's like a lot of different universities to choose, and I think that's really nice. And that you apply for exchange during your second year, so you have still some time to think and explore the options. But I think that's a really nice opportunity as well.
And have a good motivation for your exchange destination is also very, not like, I just like the weather, and, it's not a good motivation, but...
I would like to add also to that, like also a popular school is like an Ivy League school, so Pennsylvania, which was also really popular. And the selection process was you had to write like a motivation for your top 3 schools. And then you also have to like make a video, which is really important. You really want to see your motivation. And the US was really popular, and Asia, and also Australia. There are a lot of applications. I think this year was about 500, not just for IBA, but also for bedrijfskunde. But I'm happy to say I also got into my top 3. So I think in the end, everybody, like a lot of people were happy with their the spot they got.
Did you go to your favorite destination?
I got my second choice, US, so
Oh,
I'm really
okay.
happy.
Okay, well, that's good. Okay, we have a couple of more minutes, so feel free.
Sorry. I have a question. Do you have any optional courses? And if yes, what are they?
What do you mean, optional courses?
Do you have any optional lessons, some lesson you can take in addition to the rest of your courses?
Yeah, so again, there are like the language courses that you can take on top of RSM and get some credit out of it. The only extra course that I know that is offered by RSM is the I Do project, the one I talked previously about, in which you support an NGO for a year-long consulting project.
Also, in the third year, after the exchange and internship period, I think January and February, there's courses that you can take for more credits. So I think that's where, I think third year is more flexible in like making your own choice and like in choosing your path within IBA, where the first 2 years are more rigid in course selection, I'd say.
Yeah, from my personal experience, actually, the electives that you can take at the end of the third year, I'm already taking them now from second year. So you are able to sign up to electives from even different faculties. So I'm doing electives that are part of the Media and Communications course right now in this block. So you definitely have a lot of opportunities to explore other things that are even outside your faculty.
Yeah, that's correct. One question there.
Yeah. I'd like to know if you study lots of math and finance, because I come from a language school in Italy and I do little math. So I'd like to know if, in your opinion, this is a problem.
I would say it's half quantitative, half qualitative. So we do have a math course, we have 2 finance courses. The math is present, it's not impossible. A lot of students have a similar profile as you do. Then you will just have to put more hours, but it is doable to pass.
I'm afraid we're going to have to stop. Just one more question, and then you can always ask questions to the students at the stand.
So for the exam, you have to have 60 credit points. But what happens if you don't get all of them, like 55? Do you fail directly, or do you get to retake a test?
During the first year, you technically have to pass all your courses, but for every course there's always the first try, and you can always also resit the course if you failed, but you even have the option to resit if you want a better grade.
Yeah, so you do have to pass all your courses in the first year. If there are any circumstances, then you could always reach out to the student advisors. But basically, it's pretty strict to pass all your courses in the first year. One more question, and then I think I'm going to wrap up. Anyone? I thought there was another question here at the front.
I wanted to ask about the part-time job. Do you have any time outside studying hours to have any kind of a part-time job? And do you do it, really?
Yeah, I can speak on that. I currently have a part-time job at like an insurance company. For me, it's like 17 hours a week. For me, it's still doable with school. I still go to all my lectures. So I would say it's really possible, yeah.
Yeah, so it is possible, although we do recommend in the first year just focus on your studies because of the binding study advice, passing all your courses in the first year, so it's really relevant that you, pass all your first courses. But then afterwards, you can always take a part-time job if you want to. I'm going to finish now, so I'd like to thank you all for joining this session and asking your questions. Of course, the students will be on the first floor. If you still have other questions, please feel free to ask them. Thank you for watching at home live.
you're redirecting people. So you keep these for the latecomers. Hi. Oh yeah, of course.
Thank you. Hi, please sit on the right side first. Thank you very much.
Okay. Hmm? Yeah, he's talking about you.
Oh yeah?
He's like, ask the lady with the green thing.
The authority figure.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hello. Hi. I have a question. In the third year, there are some options you can select to differentiate a little bit yourself. Is there the possibility to deepen your knowledge into law? Because my daughter hesitates between becoming a lawyer or doing business. Yeah. There is an Erasmus School of Law, Yeah. but for the bachelor's, which is separate, and also for the bachelor's, it's all in Dutch. It's all in Dutch. Yeah. Okay. So there is not, because I see that there is a course on international law. They do have they do study international corporate law. There are classes that do focus on law throughout IBA, but it's not. I would say it's not a specific track. It's not something that's focused in general. They have more of a general overview, and in combining it more, I would say then at the law school they do have masters in English and law. I'm not sure what the requirements are for that. If they always have to have a bachelor in law in order to be eligible for those, I don't think so. But it's not compatible. So no, not here. Yeah, they're with electives. Maybe they could take a little bit more in areas of law, but it would be difficult to combine. In the list of electives, I didn't see anything specifically. Yeah, it changes every year, so there's always a chance. Yeah. But I would say it's a bit difficult. Without speaking Dutch, it's difficult to combine. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Yep.
Yeah.
Peter, ik ging even eruit. We gaan beginnen, hè?
I'll go.
Yep.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the Alumnus session. So I'll give you a quick presentation for about 20 minutes, and then after that, I'll take questions. So first, a little bit about me. My name is Noémie. I'm French. I studied IBA in Rotterdam. Then I did my master's also here in sustainability. And for the past 4 years, I work in Amsterdam. Now I have a question for you, because I want to know who's in the room. So is there anyone here coming from abroad for this open day? Okay, nice. IBA is a very, very international program, so you'll see. My year, I think we were 60% international. And also another question for the future students. Is there anyone that's unsure about what kind of topics you want to study? Can be business, can be economics, law, something different. Anyone is still unsure? Yeah, not a lot. I'm surprised. Well, for me, I was really hesitating between RSM, so studying business, and something completely different. I wanted to go to the l'École du Louvre, which is art history in Paris, combined with law. But in the end, I chose for RSM. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about it. So why I chose IBA? Firstly, I was looking also at other business programs in the Netherlands. But why I chose IBA at RSM was the international classroom. I found that in other programs, you didn't have as diverse classroom, or it was mostly Europeans, whereas in IBA, you really had people from everywhere. Some of my best friends, they were from Japan, Vietnam, Kazakhstan, Georgia, the country. And the city of Rotterdam was the second item. I thought it was super cool city. The first time I walked in, I remember the people looked super cool, and I felt like I can really see myself live in this city. And the final one, which is also what my parents liked about it, is the career prospects and the really excellent reputation of RSM. So I knew I would be able to find a good job where I could do the things that I love on the side. So yeah, I did my bachelor's here, then my master's, and now I work. So I will tell you a little bit about my career so far. So it's not so long, it's only a couple of years that I work full-time. My first job after IBA was as a project manager. So I was working for a Dutch company doing medical kits. So it's kind of similar to a COVID test, except you don't get the result right afterwards. You would put the tube back in the packaging, ship it to the lab, and then you get the results. So I've worked with the government for research programs for colon cancer and cervical cancer, but also with startups that had really funky ideas about testing breast milk or something like that. So as a project manager, I was sitting down with the clients, understanding what they want, what kind of branding, what kind of test, the production of it, because we were doing this in-house, the IT part of it with the labels. It was quite complex to know that this tube goes to this address, goes to this lab. And it was in link with my master thesis, which was about access to healthcare. And actually, I found this job through the IBA group chat. So a classmate of mine was working there, posted the vacancy in the group chat, and I thought, okay, yeah, this can be a good start for me. Ultimately, I did switch to another company because I felt like it was getting a little further off from the sustainability that I studied, and I was also drawn to the financial sector. So that's why I now work at Phoenix Capital Group, also a Dutch company. It's an advisor in impact investing. So impact investing is sustainable investments, and we work with institutional investors like pension funds, insurance companies, helping them with their allocation. And I first started as a program manager. So we had conferences, and I could travel really to really cool places. I put on the map. I've been to Singapore, to New York, to Montreal in Canada. So I could travel really a lot this past 2 years. And I was responsible for all the content that goes into the conferences. So deciding what goes on the agenda, what kind of speakers. I invited the granddaughter of Nelson Mandela to speak at our event. So a really, really fun job. Very demanding, but it really got me interested into sustainable finance, sustainable investing. And since recently, I dive deeper a little bit into the technical aspect of it, where I'm now an analyst. So I work directly on the allocation together with Achmea. This was public last November. They're a fiduciary manager here in the Netherlands, and we're working with them on the allocation of the pension fund of API, Albert Heijn. So we're allocating it to impact, doing multiple searches on different asset classes. And yeah, it's also a really exciting job because I feel like I can learn with the program manager job. I was learning more about the network, the contents, and this one I feel like I'm more into the technical aspect of it. What makes a good investment policy in terms of sustainability? What are the best practices per asset class? So this is where I am today, and I'm really grateful. Now I work for Phoenix for 2.5 years. I felt like it kind of gave me a direction of where I want to go. So yeah, I'm excited for what's ahead. But let's go back to where it started in IBA. First year, so for me coming from France, the first year priority one was finding a house, getting used to the Dutch culture. So a picture of Koningsdag and yeah, riding my bike everywhere. Second priority was making friends. I did not attend Eureka Week, so that's the integration week for the entire university for everyone who's there in the first year. And I was really afraid that I wouldn't make friends because I didn't attend it. But of course, everyone is in the same situation as you. It's the first week, everyone's looking for friends. And at IBA, we had a mentor program there. And there are second-year students who help you throughout your whole year. And you have a small group of about 10, 15 people. And I'm still friends with the people from my mentor group. And they show you a bit of the city, and you also have one-on-one session with your mentor. And that was really helpful in terms of, okay, how do I study? What do you recommend? Where can I buy books? But also, do you know any association on this and this? And they could really give you advice. Finally, of course, priority number 3 was grades and studying and passing the first year. So a lot of studying. I spent a lot of time in this room. So it's funny to be on stage now because mostly I was sitting down, getting used to the Dutch grading system as well, which was different than the French one. And finally, I also put a screenshot of the Studium Generale because it's a university sort of association. They have a really nice programmation, anything cultural, talks, debates, and I always find it super interesting. Also open mics with different people coming, sing music, and yeah, always really nice evenings. So that was really, really nice for my first year. I think the second year is when things kind of started to pick up for me, because I was more relaxed. I had passed the first year, so I could relax a little more. And then you also had more time to do other things next to school. And this is something I could really advise, even if you don't choose IBA, wherever you go, is to join an association, have a student job, do something on the side next to your study, because grades are important, but at the end, when you will look for a job outside of, when you're done with your program, the differentiation between you getting 8 as a GPA and someone else maybe 7.5, but did a lot on the side, it's only half a point. So I think it's really good for you. And then you can meet different people, open your mind to new experiences. So what I did was, because I was hesitating, right, between business and art, so I wanted to still incorporate the art part in my student life. So I took part of Stukenfest. It stands for Student Kamer Festival, so Student Room Festival. And basically in that one evening, you go from one student room to another, and there's like performances. It's super fun. And I was the treasurer for this festival. I emailed also the Het Nieuw Institute, which is the architecture museum here in Rotterdam. I wanted an internship at first, but they didn't have any opening. And then they asked me if I wanted to join the board for the membership program. And so I said yes, and then I spent a lot of time there organizing evenings, which was really nice. And then for my student life, I also did a minor in negotiation. If you come to RSM, I really recommend that one. I think it helped me a lot today into how to negotiate a salary, but also understanding when you do a negotiation with someone, how do you expand the pie to make sure that it's not a win or lose, but to really think along with other people. What do you need? What do they need? And the professor was amazing. So I really recommend that minor. I believe for us, minors were only possible in the third year, but you could do it extra in your second year. So that was a possibility. I didn't do the double degree with philosophy. A friend of mine did. And I believe everyone at Erasmus can double their bachelor's degree with philosophy. So that's also a nice opportunity. And also I was working part-time. I was an ambassador. So yeah, these were my friends next to their picture, next to the banner. I was working also in the administration of RSM in marketing, doing the data, writing the newsletter for prospective students. So having the job, I kept it 3 years all throughout my studies. So I would really recommend doing things next to your study. The third year, for us, the middle of the third year, we had COVID. But the first half of the third year was the best part because it was the exchange program. And I decided to go to Thailand to study. And it was in Bangkok. I made friends also from everywhere. Like my roommates were from Japan, from Indonesia. My best friends also there were from Taiwan, from Korea. I also had Thai friends. We went to Design Week in Chiang Mai in the north, attended some performances. Really, really like a beautiful moment of half a year where you travel, you open your mind to new cultures, even more than at IBA. It was really, really nice. And we have a lot of opportunities with IBA in terms of exchange. Other friends went to, you can go to the north of Europe, you can go to Latin America, you can go in very different places. I wanted to go to Asia because I had never been. And I thought, I'm never going to get that opportunity. So that was it. That was my IBA. Graduation was online for us because it was COVID. COVID was a little difficult, to be honest. But I thought that the university did quite well in adapting so fast. It was all new for everyone. So they had recordings from the previous years that we could access to for the last part of the bachelor's. And then they sent us the little hats so that we could do the live stream at home. And we could still go to campus at some point to take the iconic picture with Erasmus, with our degree. So after IBA, most people go into a master's degree. About a quarter goes into a gap year, and the rest start working. So typical career for IBA, the website says consulting. I think that's a really accurate number, like about half people. Then the next one is finance and accounting. I think that's also pretty accurate. Lots of consultants, lots of analysts after IBA. For my friends, I put some job titles so you can get also a little picture of what they do. So as you can see, a lot of consultants, lots of analysts. Some of them are also from GBS, from my master's in sustainability. That's where you also have social and environmental impact. But it's pretty diverse when you think of business, because IBA is quite a general program. You have electives or blocks in different topics, so you can deepen a bit later in a master's what you really want to do, whether it is finance or marketing or something else. So I want to pause here to see if there is any question on specific topics. I prepared some additional slides as well on some items. If there's anything that you want to know more of, I'm happy to answer. Yes? Yeah. I speak Dutch now, but that's a really good point. I think when I started IBA, people told me you don't need Dutch to find a job. And it's true, you can find a job without speaking Dutch, but I really recommend learning it. And people say, if you don't know if you're staying, I think it's really important to learn it. And I kind of wish someone pushed me to learn it earlier. Yeah, so I would say if you plan to stay in the Netherlands, learn Dutch. You don't have to, of course. Like, you can find things, you can work around in stores. Everyone speaks wonderfully English. But it will become, for me now, I live 7 years in the Netherlands. So it kind of felt, after so long not speaking Dutch, it's a bit of an issue for me. So that's why now I speak it. I don't work in Dutch because all my colleagues are internationals. But if I work with Dutch pension funds, then I speak Dutch with the clients. Yeah. Yes?
One of the things you mentioned was the reputation, the great reputation of RSM. Did you experience actually that helped you actually when you were looking for a job?
Yeah, especially in the financial sector, I would say. Not only for the IBA, but there's a lot of people that I see in my field that have done MBAs or courses for professionals, especially in the pension sector. If you want to be an advisor or sit on the board of a pension fund, sometimes you need certain certifications, and these are things that RSM offer. So a lot of people have gone through RSM one way or another, not necessarily through the bachelor's, but through the master's, some courses, some MBA. So I would say it's really well known in the Netherlands, yeah.
How long did it take you actually to have a first job?
For me, it took me 3 months after my master's. And after my master's, so I had quite a good grade for my thesis. So I was also considering maybe going into research. And I was trying to turn my master thesis into an article to be published. I made it into the peer review stage, but it was taking really a long time, like much further. It took like 1.5 years after that. And I started to work in between because first I wanted to give it a shot, looking for a job on the side. And then ultimately I found it through someone from IBA who posted it in the group chat. Yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Sorry, I have a question. Thank you so much for sharing your experience. Just a quick question on the double degree. You mentioned that in year 2 you did a double degree. Did it sort of give you an advantage for your hunting for a job?
For me, I didn't do the philosophy one, but I'm not sure how much of an advantage it is. I think perhaps it would show that you have the ability the study ability, to push through, and because it's quite intense. You're doing 2 bachelors at once. So it's really a high workload. Also, philosophy is quite complex. You have essays, you really need to think through it. I wouldn't say it's an easy subject either.
So you do it within the duration of the program. It's not like adding a number of years to the overall course.
Most people would add 1 extra year. So let's say you have your 3 years of IBA, and then you have your 3 years of philosophy, but then they're like overlapping. So there's 1 extra year. Oh. But a friend of mine, who's extremely intelligent, this woman is super impressive, she's done the double degree, and she's did 3 years philosophy in 1 year on top of her 1 year of IBA. But she was only doing that. Like, she didn't do other things on the side. Also, she wasn't from Europe, so her tuition fee was much higher. So I think she also had that pressure of she couldn't really add an extra year. But it is possible if you really put your mind to it. But it comes at the expense of other stuff. Yeah.
challenge that you faced during your 3 years? And what would be the advice you would give to future first years?
The biggest challenge, I feel like it maybe changed every year, because you face some difficulties and then you overcome it and then something new happens, life. I think in the first year, for me, it was getting used to the Dutch system, or more, maybe in France it would have been the same, to be honest, but getting used to university, because it's a different way of learning than high school. I think in high school, at least for me, in high school in France, you write a lot of essays, so it's a lot of knowledge that you need to know generally. You need to know some details, but you need to be able to write a lot about it in history or in French, in literature. In IBA, we had a lot of multiple choice, so you have to know very precise knowledge sometimes, and then you have to remember a lot of details. So that was different than how I learned for French. So the first midterms, I was super panicked. I was like, oh my gosh, I'm not going to pass this year. I'm not used to this kind of grades. So then that's when I talked to my mentor. Also, other students were in the same position to see, okay, maybe I need to study differently. So yeah, just coming together. There's also some support you can get from the university. If you need to get used to it mentally, if you feel lonely, things like that. So there's also some help from uni. Let me look through. Yeah, there's psychologists that you can talk to, and they can also help you on, okay, let's make a study program, teaching you some tricks on how to retain information better. Yeah, because maybe there's something more. It's not just the studying. Maybe there's more deeper than that, like emotional things going on that you need to sort out. Yeah. Yes? I think we did have to, from what I remember, I don't think the grades themselves counted in my GPA, but you did have to pass every course there, and then you would get the full credits. So I think it didn't count as any grade, but it was just 20 credits that you were added, from what I remember. Yeah.
Yeah, so you mentioned negotiating about the salary. Maybe you could tell about the level of your first salary when you first got the job after graduating, and how did it increase within these 3 years of working in the field?
Yeah, I think the university also has some nice data on this, because they do a survey with all the students, the master students, it's self-reported, so of course you're going to get people that get nice salary, because if you're not paid that much, maybe you don't want to put it in. For me, after IBA, my first salary was 38 annual brutto. Yeah. After master's, yeah. And I think for my master's, again, this is from memory, so don't quote me on that, I think the average was 39. Yeah.
I don't know if you already mentioned it, but what was your track? What was the track that you chose for the third year?
For us, we didn't have tracks. It was the previous version, so we had it all general.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Support on?
For example, to study, are you fully alone and you just have to just have to learn anything, or do you have any support from the school to help you into studying and this new organization and stuff?
I would say it depends on the course. For example, for the math course, I remember there was 2 types of courses there. So in the first block, you had lectures like this, where the teacher would tell you about the theory and the kind of topics we're going to learn this week. And then at the end of the week, we had the practical workshops. And there you had to prepare some homework, and they would solve it in class, and you would see if you had it right. So you had a bit these 2 kinds. That was more for quantitative subjects. From what I remember, we had workshops, so different, not just plain plenary lectures, but for some other topics like organizational behavior, which was about psychology in companies, that was only lectures. So I think each course had their own types of lectures. And I think the workshops there, you can also go to the teacher, go to the TA, the teacher assistant, with questions. And I think the teachers were always really, really open. For example, for finance, I did go to the professor's office with questions because he was super open. Also a really amazing professor, actually. I remember he was also telling us, like, for all the women in the room, maybe finance is like a man's world, but you have your place. And at the time, I didn't want to do finance, but now maybe I think of it, I'm like, that's so nice he says these things. So teachers are super open. You can just go to them after the lecture, go to their office. So you can make the best out of it.
This program is, each cohort is actually 750 students. There are other universities, other bachelors that actually have extremely smaller groups than this. How did you experience that, like being in a room like this with, 750 people and, going through the studies with such a big amount of students? You lose a bit like sort of a personal touch or so? How did you experience that part?
Yeah, I think in the start, I was also a bit afraid of that because I didn't go to the integration week. You first come into this big hall with everyone, then you feel like a little mouse and you don't really know where to sit. But people are super friendly, so you would sit next to someone at any lecture, and in the start you could ask, okay, where are you from? And then start to chat. So there you could make friends and feel less that it's a big hall. Also, we had group chats for everyone to talk, so then you kind of felt like you were connected anyway. And we didn't have only plenary lectures, we also had workshops, and then you were with smaller groups, maybe, I want to say like 30, 40 students for mathematics and other topics. I think methodology, we also had some group work. Oh yeah, we also had group assignments where you need to be 4 people. Sometimes it was assigned, so you couldn't choose. So in that sense, you got to meet a bit different people, and it felt less like a big hall. In my head, I kind of liked it that it was a big hall, because it was also different in high school where you're with the same 30 people year after year after year, and here you are, with so many new opportunities, new people from everywhere.
So in terms of the campus, how did you find your favorite place to, have lunch or hang out between classes or lectures? I know you have a tennis court, and that seems also super fun. Do you have other places in mind where you can hang out, I don't know, parks or whatever?
Yeah, no, the campus is also something that I liked about this university, because in other universities it's scattered around the city. I think that's maybe more of an American thing, where you have really a campus with everything, than in Europe. At least in Paris, it's all scattered. I think Amsterdam as well. So that really gave us a bubble as students. The Studium Generale that I was mentioning, they always organize things in the, what's the name? There's the pond and the building next to it. Then they always organized events there. So I hang out there. I hang out at the gym, because they would sell you fries for €2. So we would hang out there with friends after exams, go to the gym to eat fries. I like that. I liked studying at Polak. There was also, maybe I added it. Here they had also organized festivals on campus at the opening and closing of each academic year. And these were always really fun and open. You could just come and go. They would go on till later with actual, DJ, but they also had some cultural stuff. And I remember there were some pop-up shops and really funny things. And then to find your way around campus, let me see if this works. Yeah, there's on the website all the student organizations, and they're kind of linked on whether it is you want something kind of professional. I did, because I was really into the cultural things next to my study, I thought, okay, I'm going to do IBA for the business, and next to that do the cultural stuff. So I was part of a couple of associations on the side, mostly cultural, sustainability. Wild is theater, this one. But you also had more professional association if you want to do marketing, and then you have exposure to companies as well, which thinking back, maybe it would have been, you can make the most out of it. Depends a bit how you look at things, right? If you want to be a bit more focused or, everyone can find a bit what fits them, I think. And then through these groups, you find people that are similar to you, and then you kind of hang out where they hang out. Yeah.
Don't be shy.
Let me see what else I have otherwise. Housing maybe can be something interesting.
Yeah, I was about to ask about housing, actually. How did you... well, I think that RSM offers like housing for the first year, but how about the other 2 years? How did you manage to actually find a house, as they describe it as nearly impossible?
Not nearly impossible. Also, when I did it, it was in 2017. So the housing market has gradually become worse over the years. Now that I live in Amsterdam, I can tell you Rotterdam is a piece of cake next to that. I think Facebook groups, you do have to be careful, I mean, just basic media, internet literacy of trusting, who you can trust online, because it can be scams or things like that. So you have to really read well, who is that person offering a house that's super cheap, best placement in the city, So just check on Facebook. There's also websites that you can find. I also put the link here, Housing for International Students from the university, where they give a bunch of tips. There is a website called Housing Anywhere, which was created by an IBA alumni, actually. And it's also some sort of website where you can find free space. And I believe I used it actually to find a house in my second year. Also Facebook. And actually, then on, you have friends who also live in or like rent houses in the private sector. So we kind of became to exchange each other's houses. So when one is getting free, we move in and you find something better, cheaper. So everyone kind of moves into each other's houses. Then you're looking together for a house. So you find a way. I wouldn't say it's not easy, but it wasn't impossible. And I think a lot of it is also your budget. If you have like a really extensive budget, it will be much easier than if you're really constrained with what you can pay.
Hello. I wanted to ask whether there was anything in particular you wish you did differently during your university experience. I'm asking this because I believe future students could greatly benefit from that.
Yeah, no, that's a really good question. I think definitely getting involved in, actually I put it there as well, I think. Yeah, there's a lot of things like Erasmus recruitment days. There are others like case study sort of festival where there's a bunch of companies coming to campus and then you work with a group of students working on a case for them. And I think these are like really, really good networking opportunities. I didn't attend any of these. I think just because I was 19, I wasn't really super career focused, I think, back then. But I think these are really good to join because I think through that one, that's how my former classmate who was working at Daklapak, through that one, she found Daklapak, then she posted on the IBA group chat, and so it's a bit like full circle, but that's how she found it, I believe. So that kind of things, or maybe taking more advantage of the career services, where you can check, if your CV looks right, your motivation letter. There's quite some support that you can get from the university in that sense that I didn't necessarily take advantage of as much as maybe I should have. One thing, though, I want to say is that in IBA in the first year, we had a course, I think, called Personal Development back then. Could be the name is different. And there we learned, we had like fake job interviews. They forced us to make a LinkedIn profile. And although it felt kind of cringe back then, I'm actually grateful we did it. And then we added each other already on LinkedIn. So today I don't have to, add people from 5 years ago on there. And they really teach you a bit the importance of it. So even if you don't do it by yourself, you go through it in a course, which I think was quite nice. So that kind of things, I would say. And maybe if you're maybe more like career-driven, like all these student organizations, there's one called STAR. I don't know if it's here in the video. And that's the consultancy one. And they were quite selective. Yeah, the first one, STAR. I think this one had quite a good reputation. But yeah, again, I didn't want to focus only on business during my university. I thought I'm going to work my whole life till 67 here in the Netherlands. Now, maybe it will be later in the future. So I thought, you know what, let me do theater for 3 years, you know? Yeah. And probably internships as well. Like I've done some internships in the summer, but if you can manage to do internship also during your study, you might need to expand your study from 1 year. But if you can do that, if you can take your time, maybe don't rush yourself into finishing the degree in the exact 3 years that you have to finish it. If you can, if you're able to extend, I don't think it's a bad idea to do it.
Okay, we have a question.
About the exchange programs, were there like a huge competition or demand for certain universities? Was it easy? Was it like, how does it work to go for an exchange?
Yes, some universities required a recent English test. So for us, we also needed to show when we applied to the Bachelor. So I had one from, let's say, 2016, and it wasn't valid because it only lasts 2 years from the IELTS, the IELTS. And so I would have had to redo an English test if I wanted to go to certain university. So in that sense, they also filter out some people. I think there was also a grade requirement for some of them, not that high. Like it wasn't that like absurd that it was only super selective. And I think we also had to write motivation letters. So for the university that I went to, there was only 1 spot. Yeah. But in Bangkok, there was another university that had, I believe, 2 or 3 spots. But this one was the first one in Thailand. It's the Royal University. So that's the one everyone wanted. But I got it. So I was happy. I wrote motivation letter. You have to explain why the country, why the culture. And so you have to be genuine about it. But some destinations probably more than others. And also, I think if a university is not in the list, that doesn't mean you cannot go. There was a story, someone did an exchange with Harvard, but you do have to pay the tuition fee yourself. So I think for the exchange program, he paid like 14K. But yeah, and it was also very selective to get in, and I think he worked super hard during the exchange. But yeah, he did the exchange to Harvard. Yeah. Maybe I can tell you a bit more about the student jobs too. So with the university, you have quite some opportunities to work on the side from your 2nd year onwards. You can be a TA, teaching assistant. So that's for any courses that you've done. And if you had really good grades, then you can help the 1st year students. You're paid for it. You can be a student assistant. These are more administrative jobs like I did. So I was doing marketing for the recruitment office. So then I learned a lot with Excel, pivot charts, VLOOKUPs. And I think this was honestly also really good advice because I felt like having your first job part-time within the university is a super safe space for you to make mistakes because you're not saving the planet. It's not the same as making a mistake for a job with very sensitive information regarding healthcare or something like that. So then it felt a little bit more a safe space to learn. You can be a mentor, so that's the mentor program I was mentioning, and you can be an ambassador. I was also an ambassador, so just like the students you see here who are helping you for the open days, during panels, they're also on the Talk to a Student platform. And then you can do it outside of university, internship to any companies, part-time roles, work in cafes. I also had some friends who were doing freelance work because they had some experience before IBA or before the master's. So they were doing digital marketing for clients, building websites.
Can you do both a minor and an exchange? Because in some other universities you can't.
You can, but not at the same time. That's also what I did. I really wanted to do a minor, and I wanted to do the one in negotiation because my mentor had told me about it. I've been advocating for that minor like crazy. It was really a good one. You have to do it during your second year on top of your second year courses. So each block, I think you have 20 credits, and your minor itself, I think it was 15. So that block, I had like 35 credits to do at once. So it's a bit more, and you do have, I was also working at the time, so you have to kind of juggle between all your activities, but it's doable. And to be honest, it gives you a really good feeling because you feel really productive and like you have your life together. Yeah, so you can.
Yeah, so you can get paid for working in the university, but I study currently in HBO, and I face the situation that non-EU students cannot get paid even though they work in the university. Is it the same here?
I wouldn't know.
I can answer this. I'm a non-EU student and I get paid, so it's fine.
Thanks. And also one thing I didn't mention, so this friend, the German one, who's consultant, she did the first year of IBA with me, and then she realized it wasn't for her, and she switched to psychology. So I think that's a rare case. I don't think it doesn't happen often. It's probably easier to go from a very, financial, quantitative topic to, although I think psychology did have some quantitative courses with statistics. It's probably easier that way than the other way. Now she works at McKinsey, so go figure. She did go into business anyway. But it's possible to also switch around. I don't think it's that easy, but it is a possibility. It's not unheard of. Okay. Housing, career. I think I more or less went through everything. Unless there's any questions, I'm happy to redirect you to, if you ever have more questions about the program in the coming weeks, things you think, hey, I should have asked that. You can go into the platform, talk to a student, and then you have all the ambassadors with their nationalities, their programs, their current high school, or what they studied in high school. So you can have really precise questions with them. If there's anything any burning questions in the future. But yeah, thank you.
Welcome. Welcome everybody who joined the presentation here in Rotterdam, and welcome who is joining from abroad via the live stream. My name is Esther de Koning, and I work at the admissions office in Rotterdam School of Management, Erasmus University. So this presentation will be about admission and application for the IBA program. It will last for around 20 minutes, and after the presentation there will be time to ask questions. Hello, welcome. So, to start with, in case you would like to start the program in September 2025, but you haven't applied yet, I am afraid that I will need to disappoint you, because the deadline already passed. So this presentation will be about admission and application for next academic year, starting in September 2026. And the positive news, in case I just disappointed you, that there will be then plenty of time to prepare your documents and apply on time. All right, so the topics of today. What are we going to talk about today? First, I will give you more information about our Numerus Fixus program, so the selection method of the IBA program. Secondly, I'll give you more information about admission requirements, including a self-check to check whether you are eligible. I'll give you more information about the selection process and how we make our ranking. And finally, information about the application process, including some practical tips. So, what is a Numerus Fixus? So IBA is classified as a Numerus Fixus program. So this is one of the selection methods that we can use in the Netherlands. Most of the programs in the Netherlands have an open admission, meaning if you have the right level of diploma, you can apply for the program and start the program. So IBA is classified as a Numerus Fixus program, and that means basically that we are bound by some rules by the government, that are set by the government. These rules, two important rules of those, is a fixed number of students, and secondly, deadlines. So, firstly, the fixed number of students. So, the IBA program at the Rotterdam School of Management allows only 750 offers to be sent. This year, we have received over 2,500 applications, but only 750 will receive an offer. And this is simply because we cannot allow every eligible applicant to start the program, as there are simply too many applications that we receive. A second rule that comes from the Numerus Fixus in the Netherlands is the fixed deadlines. So all the Numerus Fixus programs in the Netherlands have a fixed deadline. So if you apply after this, you cannot apply after this date. So the first important deadline, which for you is to remember, is the 15th of January. So the 15th of January, you have to be in StudyLink, the national registration database in the Netherlands. After applying in StudyLink, you will still have 2 more weeks to complete your application in OLAF. OLAF is the online application system in the Netherlands. The online application form in Rotterdam School of Management, so our own system. I see I have disappointed already some students who are leaving now, realizing they were too late. All right, so the third important date to remember is the 15th of April. On the 15th of April, all Numerus Fixus ranking numbers are published in the Netherlands. So there you will know what your ranking number will be. So if it's between 0 and 750, you will receive an offer straight away on the 15th of April. If it's lower, you will still have a chance to be offered a spot in the program, as everybody that declines their offer or doesn't accept within 2 weeks, the spot will move to the next person on the waiting list. So in the past 3 years, we ended up with more or less 1,200, so ranking number 1,200. So if you have, for example, ranking number 1000, you don't have to worry in general because considering the past years, you will still receive an offer. So, what are the admission requirements for the IBA program? So, we have 3 admission requirements. First is to have an eligible diploma, secondly, mathematics, and thirdly, English. So, the first admission requirement is to have an eligible diploma. For the Dutch education system, this is the pre-university diploma, so a VWO diploma. For all the international diplomas, you can have a look on our website. What is the equivalent of this Dutch diploma? So we have listed here a few examples of very common diplomas that we receive. But on our website, we have listed over 60 different international diplomas. So please have a look on our website. So for each diploma, we are requiring a certain minimum grade. So for the Dutch pre-university diploma, this is a grade of 7. And for all the international diplomas, we're looking for an equivalent grade, which is an above average grade. So you can find there the minimum average grade requirement. Secondly, mathematics. So a good, solid background in mathematics is an important success factor for the program. So we're asking for all the applicants with the Dutch education system to have at least a 7 in mathematics A or grade 6 in mathematics B. For all the other international diplomas, please have a look on our website to see what is the level and the grade that you need to have. In case you don't meet the level or grade of mathematics, there's still another option because you can prove your mathematics proficiency by passing one of the tests. So this is either the Dutch state exam, but what we recommend is to register for the OpenWebcast test, which is an online proctored test, so you can just take this at home. You don't need to travel to a certain place in Utrecht or Amsterdam on a certain date, but in general they're very flexible and you can apply within a couple of days, make the test. We're asking for at least a score of 75%. On the website of the OpenWebcast test you can find as well the subject, so you can already practice in advance to see what kind of topics you will have on the exam. So, this is the second requirement, and the third requirement is English. So, for the Dutch applicants, we're asking to have at least grade 7 for the subject English. For all the other international diplomas, please have a look on our website to see the level and grade that you need to have. For English, it's the same as for mathematics. In case you don't have the specific grade or level, you can opt for one of the tests that we accept. So there are 3 standardized tests that we accept, which is the Cambridge test, the TOEFL, or the IELTS test. In case you have a question, I would wait for the end of the presentation, because maybe I will still answer your questions in the meantime. So after the presentation, there will be time to answer your questions. So for both mathematics and English, you will have time until the 15th of March to hand in your results. So you need to apply for the program before the 15th of January in StudyLink and submit your application in OLAF until the 31st of January. But in case you don't meet the requirements for English or mathematics, you will still have time until the 15th of March to hand in those results. Okay, who of you has already checked the website for the admission requirements? Okay, I see some hands. So for all the other ones, I would recommend you really to have a look at our website. And don't take your phone now, but wait until at least after the presentation. So on our website, you can find your diploma and you can see the specific requirements per diploma. So you can see whether you meet the grade requirement, whether you meet mathematics level and grade, and English level and grade. So all the information is on our website. So if you do meet the requirements, we do recommend you to apply. So here you can see lists with all the different parts of the world. So select your country and your diploma, and you will see the admission requirements. So, which grades do I need to submit? So most of the applicants who apply are at the time of the application in their final year, so they haven't graduated yet. So for those applicants, we're asking you to upload the penultimate year grade transcript. So this is the year before your final year. So if you're currently in that penultimate year, we're asking for the grades of the end of the year grades. So the reason because we're asking for that is that we need to assess every applicant on a full completed year. By the time of the application deadline, between October and January, if you're in your final year, you haven't completed your final year yet. So we're asking for the penultimate year grades. So next to your transcript, we're asking as well to fill in a diploma statement, which we have two different kinds of diploma statements. One is for the international diplomas and one is for the Dutch pre-university diploma. This is a document which states all the subjects and the grades, but as well the exams, the subjects of the exams that you will take. So for some countries that differs. They only take a few state exams in certain topics. For other countries, they have to take all the exams of the final year. And some countries like Belgium, they do it totally different and they don't even have state exams. So it depends a little bit per country. And this information is available on our website as well. So just a small note for IB applicants and international and UK A-level applicants is that we don't consider predicted grades. So as said, we will assess your application based on your achieved grades. So for diploma year 1, your penultimate year grades. The reason is that predicted grades are in general overestimated grades, and this is not achieved. So we're really looking at what have you achieved so far. Applicants who already have graduated, for those we are asking to upload a transcript of the final year and the state exams or national exams. That depends a little bit per country. A diploma statement is not necessary. So that are the two different aspects. So, how do we make the selection point? So, the ranking is made based on two criteria. The first one is grades. Secondly is motivation. So the grades are very important because they count for 75% of your final ranking number. Motivation counts for 25% of your ranking number. So, for each diploma, we are asking for a certain minimum grade. If you achieve that minimum grade, for example, a 7 for the pre-university diploma, the VWO diploma, you will have 1 selection point. The higher your grade, the more selection points you will have. If you do not meet this minimum grade, in general, the chance that you are being selected is very small. So in the past years, nobody has received an offer that didn't meet the minimum grade requirement. So that is, for you, good information to have. In general, we recommend you to have a look at a different IBA program, either in the Netherlands or abroad, or if you're Dutch-speaking, to go for bedrijfskunde, because they are not asking for a minimum grade, because the chances of selection is just very low. Secondly, motivation. So, motivation counts for 25% of your final ranking number. So we have 3 questions, which can be found on our website already. You will submit those, the answer to those questions in our online application portal. Please have a well-thought preparation for them, because it does count. And finally, so average grade plus motivation will come together, and then that will make your ranking number. So to make sure that everybody that meets all the requirements are at top of the ranking, we have created 5 different tiers. There's quite some information here, so I'll try to explain it to you. So the first tier is meant for applicants who have who meet all the criteria that we're asking for. So they have a diploma, which is equivalent to the Dutch pre-university diploma. Their average grade is meeting the minimum grade that we're asking for. They meet the grade and level of mathematics, and they meet the grade and level of English. In case you don't meet the grade or level for English of mathematics, there's still an option to still end up in Tier 1 by passing one of the tests. And as said before, you will have until the 15th of March to hand in those results. And if, for example, you're in a pre-university diploma, the VWO diploma, and you have a grade of 5.5 for mathematics, without test results, you will remain in Tier 3. And as said before, in the past years, only the ones in the first tier have received an offer so far. So by passing one of the tests, so for example the OMPT test with a sufficient score, you can move to the first tier and still be able to receive an offer. However, if your average grade is too low, you will remain in Tier 2. So this is as well why we send, during the assessment of the application, we will send you a message like, it is possible to pass the mathematics or English test to fulfill those requirements. However, considering your grade, it's up to you, because in general, we recommend you to have a look at a different university or a different program, because chances of selection is very low. So, do you remember what is the deadline in StudyLink for the IBA program? Anyone? Yes, January 15. Very good. So, you read all about admission requirements, and now it's time to apply. So, the first step is to apply in StudyLink. So, StudyLink is our national registration database. Everybody who needs to, who wants to apply for a research university or University of Applied Sciences in the Netherlands needs to register first in StudyLink. StudyLink opens on the 1st of October and closes for the numerus fixus programs on the 15th of January. So, just a general remark, this is midnight local time in Rotterdam. The second step is to submit your application in OLAF. So after registration in StudyLink, you will... Sorry, could you please... Thank you. So the first step is StudyLink, and afterwards there's the online application system. So you will receive your ERNA details, which are your login details from OLAF. There you will submit your application and upload all the required documents. We will communicate always via OLAF. So you will receive a notification in your email, but please log in OLAF to see your messages. So we recommend you to really keep an eye on that, because in case, for example, there are missing documents, we will always notify that via OLAF. So, between October and April, the admissions office is busy assessing all applications and make the final ranking. So, in case you have an insufficient grade or level for mathematics or English, you will still have time until the 15th of March to hand in those results. And afterwards, we have until the 15th of March to 15th of April to process everything, process all the documents that come in, and make the final ranking. So on the 15th of April, you will receive a message from StudyLink and from Olaf with your final ranking number. So the first 750 will immediately receive an offer, and the rest is placed on a waiting list. As said before, you will have either the option to accept your offer, decline it, or the option to wait, but then it will be automatically declined after 2 weeks, because there are a lot of people on the waiting list who are eager to get your spot. So please keep an eye on that. If you don't do anything, then the system will make the decision for you. And just as a general note, this ranking list will continue until the 1st of August. So on the 1st of August is the last day where the final ranking number will be offered to place. In the past years, we ended up with an average of around 1,250. So you don't have to worry in case you have a number of 850, because you will receive an offer, but not on the 15th of April. So we're asking everybody to send their final diploma and final transcript before the 1st of August. So there's a few exceptions of certain countries that have, for example, only a diploma a year later after graduation, and for those we make an exception, and they can send a final graduation statement and send their diploma later. So, some tips for application. Apply as early as possible. So, since we're assessing you based on your penultimate year, in general, you don't have to wait until January to apply. So if you know you want to apply for IBA, we recommend you to have a look and apply already by October. So this way, there's still plenty of time to look for the required documents as well. Like, for example, the diploma statement, it needs the signature and a stamp of your school. So you'll still have time to catch that on time. The deadline is at midnight. So it's Rotterdam time. We had as well many applications that had, okay, well, in my country, it wasn't midnight. We don't care about that. You could have started earlier. There's as well many applications that have many applicants that have apparently computer problems on the 31st of January or the 15th of January around midnight. That happens a lot apparently, so be smart and apply on time. Secondly, read the website, because all the information is available. We have a very elaborated, frequently asked question database. You can as well talk, if you don't have admission questions, but questions about the program itself, you can contact our student ambassadors or current students. So be well prepared and read the website. The third thing is never to cancel your application in StudyLink. I'm afraid we cannot do anything if you cancel your application unintentionally. So please, only if you really know that you don't want to study IBA anymore, apply in StudyLink and don't touch it anymore. Okay. And finally, be patient, because as said before, even if you don't get an offer immediately on the 15th of April, in general, the chance of selection is still high if you're between 750 and 1250. So we, of course, cannot say anything about this year yet. This number is based on the past 3 years. This year we have around 150 more applications compared to last year. But in general, this is the average number, because there's quite some students that decline their offer because they have an offer in a different university, or they decide to take a gap year, etc. So And finally, some practical matters. I won't really give a lot of details about this because this is information that you can all find on our website. But these are topics that are asked about a lot. So the tuition fees for next academic year are known, but for the academic year 2027 are not known yet. But in general, this is the tuition fees for upcoming year. So for the students from the European Union, including Switzerland, are €2,601. For students outside this area, it's 12,700, and this is the tuition fee per year. So you need to count for 3 years. Secondly, living costs. For all the applicants already living in the Netherlands, you know more or less what the living costs here. For all the international students, this might be a surprise. So we recommend you as well to have a look at the website studyinholland.com/finances, and there you can find a better overview of the costs. We do offer a few scholarships. So we have a number of students, for around 10 scholarships for our non-European students. And these are waivers in general. So we waive the difference between the tuition fee of the non-European fee and the European fee, so the institutional fee. There are a few scholarships as well for European students. That are a few alumni of the IBA program that are mentoring through the 3 years some students. So in general, that are around 4 scholarships. They pay as well the tuition fee, including like fees for books. But it's still a very interesting scholarship. So you can have a look online as well to look at our website to see what they offer. Visa and residence permit. So this is all arranged by our university. In case you need a visa and residence permit, you can apply via our university, and they're taking care of it. And finally, some housing. So we do have some housing available on campus, arranged by our university for some international students. It's limited. We cannot offer all our IBA first-year students accommodation. So we do have a big housing office at the Erasmus University. So we recommend you already to have a look around the ranking results to focus on this, to see. In general, most of our students are able to find something. So we have never, for example, had the situation where a student declined their offer because they couldn't find housing. So in general, it's fine. But it is difficult in the Netherlands to find housing. But this is just some general note for later. All right, this was the presentation for today. Thank you for listening. Thank you for your attention. I would recommend you, in case you would like to leave now for next session, to do that first, so we don't disturb everybody. So if you already say, okay, this was clear to me, I don't need to ask any questions, that I would leave you a few minutes for you to leave. And for all the other ones that still have a questions, please remain seated. You're welcome.
So how beneficial would projects or internship be?
My test?
It doesn't.
Oh yeah, no.
No,
It's no one.
But I would recommend you to have if you still have a question, to ask that here, so I can answer that for everybody. You're welcome. Good. All right. Are there any questions?
Yeah.
Yes.
So, if you do AISL, so standard level math, what's the minimum requirement? Can you then get in? To
Yeah. So just a general note, if you have a very specific question about a certain level or grade that you need, I would recommend you to ask that after the session, because then we keep the general questions a bit that everybody can learn from this. So if you have checked our website and you do meet the minimum grade and level, then you don't need to take a mathematics test. If you don't, you can take a test to compensate for that, and it will remain. In the end, it will end up with the same application. You either meet it by passing the certain grade or level from your secondary school, or you take the test. So everybody is allowed to take the test if you don't need it.
Even if you take the test, are you then still in tier 2, or do you then go to tier 1?
So the tier 2 is if you don't meet the average grade. So if you meet the average grade for IB, that's 33 points, you will be in the first tier. However, if your mathematics grade is too low, you will end up in tier 3. If you then pass the own petit test with at least 75%, you can move to tier 1 again.
Oh, okay.
Is that clear?
When you're applying, do extracurriculars matter at all for your application? Like, let's say, any sports or any clubs that you lead or anything else that you do? Would it make a difference?
No. So in terms of selection, our criteria are clear and transparent. It's 75% grades, achieved grades, and 25% the answer on our motivation questions. So that are the only selection criteria for the final ranking. So whether you did an internship or an exchange or even recommendation letters or something, that's not something that we consider.
Question on the because obviously it's done on your last year, so this year grade, and not your predicted. So does your last year numbers, do they not count at all? So say you get 35 and then you get 30.
No. So because of the numerous fixes, we have a very clear deadline. So we need to already publish all the results by April. By then, we don't know yet who have graduated and who didn't. So we will always assess you based on your penultimate year grades. If your final grades turn out to be lower than the minimum, then you're lucky. Because you have already showed that you can do it and that you can have those achieved grades. And of course, in case your grades dropped that much, we will ask you what happened. But it's not something that we can change the ranking anymore. And that is the thing, the tricky thing. If it turns out to be the other way around, and you don't meet the 33 points in your penultimate year, but you turn out on your final IB diploma, you will suddenly have a very high grade, and you won't be selected then you can apply next year with your final diploma. We don't reject you anymore because your grades are slightly lower than what you achieved so far, unless the grades are that low that you don't get your diploma. Because you will, of course, have a conditional offer, and the condition is that you still obtain your diploma, because we cannot allow you to start without a diploma. The only exception for this is the A-levels, so the international or UK A-levels, is that the government decided, or the internationalization in the Netherlands, the NUFIC, decided that pre-university equivalent in the Netherlands needs to be A-levels with at least for your subjects A to C. So if you have 3 Ds, for example, for your A-levels, then in some countries you can start studying, but in the Netherlands not, because that's not an equivalent to the Dutch pre-university diploma. But this is maybe a little bit too specific. So for all the rest, you need to, of course, obtain your diploma. But if it turns out that your grade is a bit lower in your final year compared to your penultimate year, that doesn't matter. We do, of course, take into account, because we do receive a lot of worried students saying, okay, I was very nervous during my exam. We do understand that. So if it's a bit lower, it's okay. we don't withdraw your offer. Yes.
I wanted to ask if there are preparation courses for the bachelor.
For the IBA program,
yeah.
whether there is a preparation course for the entire bachelor program.
Yeah, maybe if there is.
So maybe the student ambassadors can say something. I cannot really remember. I mean, in general, what is good to know is that mathematics is important. So you can prepare. That's really, we notice as well. If you're doing well on mathematics in general, that is a difficult course to pass. So that's why we're selecting. That's why we're so strict in selecting based on mathematics. So that is something that you can prepare. But maybe the student. Okay. So our student ambassador, you're saying that there's a
There's what we call the pre-academic program, but it's not really preparing you for the whole, let's say, IBA journey. It's more like to help you dive into some subjects and to start meeting new people in the beginning of the year. So
yeah,
it's
I think
not
the
really
school level is enough. Only what you have is that they post some math questions, and you can check by yourself, can you solve it or not? And if you can solve it on the math level, you're fine. And I think the general school education should be enough for you. So don't be worried. You don't have to take any courses to prepare. Any like business introduction you will have in the university.
And in general, I can say, because we are selecting already based on grades, this is an above average group of students that we're selecting. So we see as well that in general, the success rate is very high compared to other study programs at Erasmus University, but as well in the entire Netherlands. Because we're looking for above average students. In general, we see that they're doing very fine during their studies.
Thank you very much. I wanted to ask another question. Are there past year's exams, example exams for the math test if you don't meet the grade, or English?
So the OPT test, so that is the test that we're asking you to do in case you don't meet the mathematics requirement or grade. So you can do as well, for example, the Dutch state exam, but they're a bit inflexible because you have to visit a place in Utrecht or Amsterdam, and I think they're only twice a year. So the OPT test is an online test. It's an external organization, so it's not organized by the Erasmus University, and you have to pay for the test yourself. But they do as well. You can buy, I think, an extra package to prepare for it with some test exams, for example. So you can, prepare yourself for it. But in general, there's already a list of subjects. So what are they asking for during the exam? So if you don't want to pay for the extra exam, which I understand, you can, for example, as well look at those topics and go to your math teacher, or maybe your mom is very good in math, then practice with her and have a look at the topics to see, is this something that I can do? And practice maybe on certain topics that you're less familiar with. We're asking for you to have a grade of at least 75%. So you don't have to have a perfect score. 75% is sufficient. In case you pass you sit the exam but you don't reach the 75%, you still have a second chance. So we allow you to take the test twice. So we made that decision because we don't want you to pay more and more, because it costs money to do it 5 or 10 times. So we allow you twice to take the test per academic, per application year. Because we don't want you to pay too much for it either, and keep on practice because in the end, the preparation is for yourself to be able to succeed the program, because we noticed that mathematics is really important for the program. It's not a pure mathematics course, but mathematics is important to be able to pass IBA. All right. Okay.
Oh.
Yeah.
I have two questions. The first one, can we see somewhere the list of questions in OLAF that will weigh for 25%?
The motivation questions, you mean? Yeah. Yes, you can find those in the frequently asked questions already.
In OLAF's system? Right?
No, not on on our website already. You can find them in the frequently asked questions. If you just search for the motivation, you will find those. And they will be in OLAF during your application.
Thank
so
you.
It might be, because this is, of course, a disclaimer. The information that we give now was for this application year. During every summer, we're doing more research, and there might be small differences. There will be small adaptations in the admission requirements. In general, not, but we always have a look at the season to see if something needs to be changed. So the same for the motivation questions. In case we are changing things, they might change. So please have a look before the start of the program again. We always publish all the information on our website before the 1st of October, because the 1st of October the admissions opens. But still during the summer we have finally time, after assessing the entire season, to have a look whether we have to change anything. So before you apply in October, have a look again.
Thank you. And the second question, if we're lucky enough, meet the criteria, we get the offer, are we expected to pay a deposit, or when are the tuition fees become due?
Yeah, so the tuition fee needs to be paid by the 31st of August, so before the 31st of August, to be officially enrolled. So once you have received an offer, the first thing is to accept it in StudyLink. And afterwards, the second step is to send your diploma, your official transcript. So that can be done via the school, digitally, via email, via the school email address, or you can send it by post. But then it needs to be a certified paper copy. And afterwards, pay the tuition fee. And if those three things are done, then you're officially enrolled. So you need to pay before the 31st of August, because before the start of the academic year in September.
Sorry, I've got a bit confused. So the transcript is the final transcript?
The final transcript and your diploma, yes.
So,
that are the documents.
But during the application?
Or during the application, no, I'm sorry, I misunderstood you. During the application, we need to have the penultimate year.
Yeah, but also certified copies, right?
No, that is just the transcript, your penultimate year transcript. But the diploma statement, that needs to be signed and stamped by the school. So you need to be in contact with your school counselor or school representative, because they need to sign and stamp it. And then you can upload it digitally, of course.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, hello, on this side. Your right side. Your right side.
Oh, yes, hello.
I have a question about the number of applications this year. You said 2,500. But roughly how many were there in Tier 1?
So we don't know yet, because we're in the full season of assessing them. So we don't know yet what it will be. In the past 3 years, and we had more or less the same amount of applications. So last year we had around 2,400 applications. We ended up with around 1,300 in the first year. So not everybody who ends up in the first year will receive an offer.
But it's quite a fair chance if you're in the first tier.
If you meet all the requirements, there's quite a fair chance that you will. But if you just meet the minimum requirement and you score very bad about the motivation, it can be that you're not selected still. And the thing is that you will only by then, if you're in the bottom of Tier 1, end up only here by July whether you're selected. So that is the only thing. And we see, of course, the later we inform students about an offer, the lower the chances is that they accept their offer still, because by end of July they already looked for alternative programs, for example.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Can I?
Yes.
Hi. It's a question more about Numerus Fixus and StudyLink. and it goes maybe a little bit in the future. Let's assume you get an offer, you're accepted, then you start. Then to pass the first year, there are some requirements. You have to have all your credits. And now it's the 10th of January, but you have started already in September, and you wonder whether you will make it or not. But on the 15th, there will be a deadline for eventually you to apply to another numerus fixus program that, in case you fail, you would start in September. Is it possible to apply for that other program that you will eventually not join even if you get an offer because you make your first year here at the IBA? I don't know if it was clear. Maybe it's too technical.
I'm not totally...
So you start?
Yes, you start the IBA program.
IBA program. And
by September.
By September. Things goes on. It becomes January. You
Yes.
maybe have passed not all the exams. You have some doubts that you can make it.
Okay.
And you want to have a second chance in case you fail. Because if you fail, you cannot study anymore IBA here at Rotterdam. So can you apply for another numerus fixus, or will you somehow...
In a different university, you mean?
Yes, in a different university.
Yes, so you
Without
have...
withdrawing.
Yeah, you have maximum amount of... I'm not totally sure how many attempts you have, but you have a certain maximum amount of attempts that you can apply for different numerus fixus programs. So if you haven't applied for... as a first-year student, I think you can apply for several study programs in the Netherlands, a maximum of 4, and 2 numerus fixus at the same time. But that is per application year. So to be honest, I don't really know what are the maximum attempts of like application. Do you know that, Shirley? 3?
Maximum attempts are 3.
3 in total?
Yeah. So if you apply and you decide not to accept your offer, or you want to reapply the next year,
You can still apply for another one, and if you decide not to, you can still apply for another one. Maximum of 3. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Shirley.
Yes. Can I go? Yeah. Hi. I had a question regarding the...
This is apparently the last question.
Okay.
And otherwise, after the session, Shirley and I will be still available too.
Yes. So I understood that out of the 750 students that get admitted, there's roughly 2/3 that decide not to proceed. I mean, who do you consider as your competition? Where would they typically go for an alternative?
So that's a good question. Well, we have we send out every year the Kleiner survey, but I don't know the exact outcome of those. I know as well that many students are going for a gap year, but what are the exact competition? It's mostly, I think, students that are going for a study in their own home country, either because of costs or maybe they, I don't know exactly. Maybe we can think about different options after this presentation, but I think out of the Kleiner survey, the biggest outcome was that people go to their home country. So it's not necessarily different universities in the Netherlands, although there are options, but for most international students at least, which is the biggest group of our IBA application pool, they go to their home country to study, yeah.
Thank you.
All right, so this was the presentation for today. So we will look forward to receiving your application. If you still have a few questions, please come visit me or my colleague Shirley at the stand downstairs. All right.